experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the official language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing, or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and/or data loss. Thank you for your attention to these matters. May I now draw your attention to an opening video that has been prepared for this committee session. I now turn the proceedings over to Ms. Rupa Chanda, Director of the Trade, Investment and Innovation Division at ESCAP, to conduct the opening ceremony.
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me begin by extending a warm welcome to all of you to this first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation, which is being organized in hybrid format in Bangkok and online. At the outset, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Armida Salcia Alice Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to the podium to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, enterprise and business innovation. Today marks a new beginning since the decision was made last year at the 78th session of the Commission to reconstitute the previous Committee on Trade and Investment into its current form. This broadening of the scope of the committee comes at a very apt moment. Our landscape has changed tremendously in recent years. Even as Asia and Pacific builds forth from the pandemic, prospects for recovery are uneven across countries, which are facing new and continued challenges exacerbated by overlapping crises. Trade frictions, inflationary pressures, geopolitical tensions, and worsening climate change complicate rebuilding efforts. At the same time, we have to recognize that not all have benefited equally from development in the region, and that the less advantaged have not only often been left behind, but are also the ones disproportionately affected by shocks and crises. Yet, amidst these challenges, we must not lose sight of the opportunities available that can help us to attain more inclusive and sustainable development. First, we should build upon the digital transformation that has only accelerated in recent years. The experience during the pandemic amply demonstrated the growing importance of digital trade and the digitalization of trade processes, whether in facilitating the flow of essential goods and services when physical trade channels were hampered, or in opening doors to new economic and social opportunities. Developments in these areas should be strengthened so they can continue to lower the barriers to participating in international trade, ease the integration of more players into value chain, and reduce carbon emissions from trade and business. Concurrently, we should pick up the pace in incorporating sustainability concerns into trade policies and trade agreements and enhance their resilience so that trade disruptions can be minimized in times of crisis. When it comes to foreign direct investment, Asia and Pacific has been the leading destination and source globally since 2020. The region's drawing power remained strong during the pandemic, as FDI inflows fell only by 4%, in contrast to the double-digit drops experienced in other regions. There is thus much promise for tapping FDI for sustainable development, as well as much urgency, given estimates that additional annual investments of at least $1.5 trillion are needed by developing countries in the region to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Mobilizing these resources effectively, however, will require a shift in investor practices to investing for social and environmental impact beyond profit. Governments can promote this shift by building ecosystems conducive to impact investing and by orienting towards investors and projects focusing on sustainable development sectors. Within countries, it is heartening to see the emergence of social enterprises and inclusive businesses. Models aim at generating social and environmental value in the communities in which they do business, as well as the broader environment. Governments in the region are starting to take supportive action on this front, such as by adopting national strategies to promote such businesses and providing tax breaks or other forms of assistance. These are early days, however, and there is certainly much room to foster an environment that incentivizes businesses and investors to focus more on people and the planet. Finally, Asia and Pacific is fast becoming a hub of technological innovation, particularly of new and emerging technologies of the fourth industrial revolution that are increasingly enabling the transformation of production, manufacturing, and delivery systems. We need to accelerate the scaling up, adoption, and diffusion of these technologies across countries equitably. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, of course, none of us can do all this alone. Achieving sustainable development can only happen with the full commitment and collaboration of all actors across both public and private sectors. We can do more to harness the potential of partnership, networks, and associations to ensure their alignment with sustainable development aims and enhance their capacity for bringing stakeholders together and facilitating knowledge exchange, technical support, and mobilization of resources. I look forward to your deliberations on these issues over the coming days and welcome your guidance on policy options, as well as regional cooperation that can help us chart a more inclusive and sustainable path as the region moves forward. We are committed to supporting you every step of the way. I wish you a very successful committee session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Alice Shabana. I would now like to request the conference officer to play the video message from His Excellency Mr. Tipu Munshi, Minister, Ministry of Commerce, Bangladesh.
Honorable Chair of this session, Excellency Ms. Armida Salcia Alizbana, Under Secretary General of United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, distinguished delegates from member countries, dear colleagues, ESCAP officials, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. Let me start with the glimpse of ongoing global situation. We are tumultuous world, which is the best with pandemic armed war. Trade conflict, digital divide, climate means, and so on. All such disruptive realities are taking place at a time when the implementation of SDG has nearly come halfway for all. The countries in the Asia-Pacific region are feeling this brunt more. In such context, I am encouraged to see the UN ESCAP's Trade, Investment and Innovation Division organizing an event which can really catalyze some tangible and credible benefits for our countries. Bangladesh is going to be the graduate as the middle income country in 2026. Bangladesh has been an inspiration for the LDCs for implementing global goals like MDGs, the Istanbul Plan for Action. Since its independence in 1971, under the leadership of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangladesh has been trying to develop domestic capacities and resilience to address external shocks, challenges, risks, and uncertainties. During the last 14 years, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the country performed excellently well in the macroeconomic areas and external sector performance, including export and foreign exchange earnings. Despite circumstances arising from multifarious external shocks, Bangladesh GDP could maintain its growth trajectory at 7.2% during the last fiscal year 2021-22. Bangladesh is now the 35th largest economy in the world. The country has equally sustained its advancement in social indicators, which are aligned with its perspective plans and global SDGs. Despite this substantial achievement we achieved so far, the recent global phenomenon is posing some grave concerns for the future. In addition to our battle with triple FS, food, fuel, finance, we are confronted with at least two more disruptions, namely climate change and digital divide. All this happened at a time when the country was well set to harness the benefits of its mega infrastructures. The precious situation has forced the country to adjust its post-LGC action and beyond 2026, when the country will lose the international trade-related ISMS, including DF, QF market access. As a beneficiary of multilateral trading system, Bangladesh has already undertaken appropriate policy action to face the challenges ahead. These policy actions include utilization of infrastructures for trade and investment, facilitation of scaling and rescaling the level of human capital, digitalization of trading system, formulating roadmap for product diversification, participating in regional and bilateral free trade agreements, undertaking policy reforms like tariff rationalization, enhancing internal resource mobilization, etc. In addition, the country has undertaken a Smart Bangladesh program based on the tangible success of its earlier version, Digital Bangladesh. In the context of the present world and Bangladesh perspective, I would like to highlight some points here. A trade and investment relate to some core SDGs like 7, 8, 9, 12, and 13. The 2030 agenda of the United Nations has mentioned trade as vehicle of inclusive and sustainable economic growth and poverty reduction mechanism. By achieving the trade-related SDGs, we can fulfill the basics of Goal 1 and 2. But we would like to emphasize on Goal 17, Partnership for Development. In this regard, global rich and private sectors have not fulfilled the pledges on the SDGs implementation as much as we had hoped. ESCAP in collaboration with 4 other commissions. UNCTAD and WTO may put in some requisite policy actions to the implementation of commitments as where explicitly embedded in WTO, Hong Kong and Nairobi ministerial declarations. ESCAP may also make significant contribution in the upcoming LDC 5 conference in Doha. On many counts, we look to ESCAP policy papers, supports, and initiatives. I appreciate ESCAP initiatives like cross-border paperless trade agreement, trade policy in times of crisis, RTA negotiation modeling like TINA, or climate smart trade and investment initiative. Bangladesh is one of the early countries to ratify cross-border paperless trade agreement, but its success mainly depends on more regional countries joining the initiative. Bangladesh earnestly requests the ESCAP to encourage all countries, including members of AFTA, to be a part of this initiative for better results of interoperability. In its bid to offset trade preference erosion after 2026, Bangladesh has proactively initiated regional trade agreements with prospective trading partners. ESCAP may be of great support to help Bangladesh in the trade negotiation, capacity building for Bangladesh trade officials as a part of its role as Secretariat for AFTA. We recognize that the persistent economic asymmetries and further aggravated by digital divide due to our inability or resource inaccessibility with global supply or value chain. We apprehend that it will further marginalize lower and lower middle income countries with the advent of the 4th industrial revolution. ESCAP may work it to alleviate the intensity of its impact on such economies. I deeply appreciate the ESCAP flagship publication on climate smart trade and investment. The recommendations made therein are good, but we note that developing climate smart commodity value chains are increasingly complex. ESCAP countries are the global manufacturing hub. We see the changing perspective of the demand side asks the producers to progressively live up the new norms, standards, practices, regulations in the markets. Traceability, carbon footprints, circular economy are emerging issues in implementing the climate resilient trade and investment recommendation. Can ESCAP bring in some enabling roadmap so that the developed markets cooperate with the capacity constrained countries based on equity? Bangladesh always reposes great confidence in ESCAP initiatives. I once again admire ESCAP accomplishment. Finally, I regret that I could not attend this important session in person because of a pre-arranged schedule. I also express my gratitude to ESCAP and all the delegates of different countries who are attending this important session. I wish the launching event great success.
Thank you. I would now like to invite His Excellency Professor Chem Keith Retty, Minister Delegate attached to Prime Minister and Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, Cambodia, to deliver opening remarks.
Good morning, Madam Amida Sasha Ali Shabana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the UN, ESCAP, Your Excellency Tipu Munshi, Minister of Commerce of Bangladesh, His Excellency Dr. Teten Masduki, Minister of Cooperation and SMEs of Indonesia, His Excellency Tudendors Gantumur, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Economy and Development, His Excellency Deepak Bakla, Chief Executive Officer, Invest India, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to UNESCAP for having this important event entitled Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation, held here in Bangkok on the 22nd, 24th February, and I believe online also. It is important to note that policy issues are well addressed unless scientific evidence base is well understood and materialized in the policy development and implementation. Recently, Cambodia has been the chairman of ASEAN, and Cambodia-ASEAN chairmanship in 2022 had been productive and successful. Our Prime Minister Hun Sen launched the idea of ASEAN Green Deal, which is an initiative that hopefully enhance regional effort to achieve the sustainable development goals. Now let me share with you how Cambodia is embracing science, technology, and innovation, which is the pillar for future development in the context of sustainable development goal. Cambodia has stepped up to move forward some important initiatives, including technology transfer, research and development, and currently applied to electronics, electricity, and auto parts industry. This approach established the foundation of a true economic diversification, value creation, and employment. Other initiatives taken by the Royal Government of Cambodia include regional economic partnership and acceleration of digital transformation. Our Science Technology Innovation Roadmap 2030 lies on pillars that include STI governance, building human capital in STI, strengthening capacity, research capacity for R&D, increased collaboration through networking between stakeholders, and finally fostering and enabling ecosystem for increased absorption capacity in form of a foreign investment in the domain STI. Our national research agenda focuses on 8 priorities: local food, reliable energy supply, quality education, electronic and mechanical spare parts, cloud-based services, electricity and potable water, carbon neutrality, and digitally enhanced health. I'd like to take this opportunity to express on behalf of our government the sincere thanks to UNESCAP for their support and effective during the building of this different policy and their effective technical assistance. Cambodia also is trying to leveraging in innovation that have an impact on inclusive business, which is the main topic of the next 3 days discussion. In just 3 years of existence, our ministry, the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, Innovation, have been playing in key priority sectors and policies for the upgrading of Cambodia industrial and manufacturing sectors. We have designed and launched many policy, Cambodia Industrial Development Policy 2015-2025 that existed before the creation of our ministry, the National Policy on STI 2020-2030, Cambodia STI Roadmap 2030, the National Research Agenda that was launched early this month. Once again, I'd like to express my grateful thanks to ESCAP for your wonderful technical assistance in producing all these documents. The success of Cambodia industrial sectors depend on how Cambodia can build its own strength with competitive advantage in order to defy our industrial sector. Cambodia should also mobilize all our resources, such as technology infrastructures, human capital, and industrial connectivity in connecting with the region. How Cambodia try to foster inclusive business practices. An inclusive business is a self-sustained process that integrates low-income population into the value chain. And one of the main priority of our government is to fight poverty. And we can see, according to our data, that the percentage of poor people has significantly decreased over the last 2 decades. Inclusive business philosophy advocates integrating social needs in a process that creates commercial successes. These two goals should not be going into different opposite direction. Inclusive business approaches seek to end poverty and to boost prosperity for poor people through this inclusiveness. It is remarkable that inclusive business goes beyond the much limited corporate social responsibility because it provides systemic solution through innovation. Also, inclusive business leads to a deep social impact while the business remains commercially viable and profitable. Above all, sustainability is a key characteristic of inclusive business. Again, here I would like to take the opportunity to thank you, ESCAP, for your support to establish a promotion program in inclusive business in Cambodia in 2020. Also, the first Inclusive Business Award was created by our ministry in October 2021, followed by the establishment of the Inclusive Business Working Group in October 2022. With this setting in place, I firmly believe that the concept and practices of inclusive business will be adopted by many corporations and SMEs in Cambodia and beyond. Third point is Cambodia leveraging in innovation. In just 3 years of existence, our Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, Innovation has been playing key priority sectors. This part is done here. Sorry, inclusive business. The last part is how can Cambodia take opportunity for regional cooperation and collaboration for business innovation? And the answer, one of the answer is to be invited to such a wonderful platform as ESCAP. I cannot stress enough my delight and my gratitude to be here. So future cooperation should include the following: finding support for R&D on STI to serve the industrial sector, including the Industrial Revolution 4.0 that respond to both global and local socio-economic challenges, to support STI training for researchers and staff in the field of STI, to support the establishment of intermediaries for technology transfer services, to promote research collaboration on industrial technology, to promote development of manufacturing and agro-processing industries by encouraging foreign direct investment and domestic investment, and finally, to continue cooperation to enhance regional development and prosperity by becoming a hub for a true Green Deal paradigm. The opportunity for regional cooperation for business innovation is at a great crossroad here with a good momentum to work together. And before ending, I would like also to express again my sincere thanks to ESCAP for your support, especially building the ecosystem for STI and inclusive business for the Kingdom of Cambodia. Cambodia expect to see a continued support from your organization, and I trust that this discussion on the 5 policies issue as given in the program will yield a fruitful outcomes and a deep impact to our respective country and the Asia-Pacific region. And finally, I would like to wish Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good health and prosperity and success in all your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your opening remarks. I would now like to request the conference officer to play the video message from His Excellency Dr. Teten Masduki, Minister of Cooperatives and SMEs, Indonesia.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor on behalf of the Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs, Republic of Indonesia, gladly can be a part of an important event like the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business, United Nations, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. I apologize for not being able to attend in person. Recently, Indonesia became the ASEAN chairmanship in 2023 with the spirit of encouraging ASEAN countries to become center of world economic growth, one of which is through SMEs. The COVID-19 has taught us that SMEs actors are one of the important key to the safety of the Indonesian economy. Therefore, the Ministry has several priorities to strengthen SME actors to survive and move adaptively. There are some strategies that we implement, including but not limited to ease of financing and investment. The budget allocation for People Business Credit or KUR continues to increase yearly. In 2023, the KUR allocation will reach 450 trillion rupiah. Strengthening partnership among cooperative with the private sector and the on-state enterprise. Digital transportation, there are already 20.76 SME actors who are included in the digital ecosystem, and we will push it up to 30 million actors in 2030. Give the privilege that 40% of government spending is to buy SMEs product. Moreover, 30% of public infrastructure space is for selling SMEs product. This year, we are focused on 3 things. First, developing SMEs and cooperative in the real sector, especially the food sector, which is agriculture and fisheries. Second, we are strengthening the business ecosystem with upstream, downstream partnership. Third, strengthening SMEs product downstream based on local raw material, which is red palm oil. Joint production house, we call it Rumah Produksi Bersama for chili, coconut, rubber, chocolate, salt, bamboo, and also aerosol skin. In the future, we hope that collaboration will become stronger, wider, and able to have a real impact on SMEs actors. Latermost, I would like to thank you all for joining us today. I hope that we will have productive discussion. I have confidence that this event will become a bridge to get stronger collaboration and partnership to support our SMEs actor to revive the world economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, let us invite His Excellency Mr. Gantumur Duvendorj, Vice Minister, Ministry of Economy and Development, Mongolia, to deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency Ms. Armita Salsa Alijabana and distinguished delegates, I'm honored to be a part of the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise, and Business Innovation, providing valuable opportunity to deliberate on policies and measures to achieve sustainable development goals and to overcome the challenges posed by the post-pandemic economic crisis through trade, investment, and innovation. I would like to emphasize ESCAP's invaluable contribution to sustainable development of the member countries through initiatives for accelerating trade digitalization, increasing foreign direct investment, encouraging technology and innovation to tackle pressing economic, social, and environmental issues, improving infrastructure through public-private partnerships, supporting industry, improving access to international markets, and competitiveness for entrepreneurs. I'm pleased to share that Mongolia is making positive progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by implementing new recovery policy. A medium-term development program that strives to improve infrastructure, enhance cross-border trade, diversify the economy, and support export-oriented production. With the assistance of foreign investment and public-private partnerships. Moreover, from the start of 2022, the Ministry of Economy and Development of Mongolia started operation to manage integrated development, macroeconomic, investment policy, planning activities, and to facilitate public-private partnership, foreign trade, and foreign direct investment. The ministry is taking active measures to promote investment, create a favorable legal environment, and implement sustainable development policies to restore economic growth and increase foreign direct investment. First, the Investment and Trade Agency has been established under the Ministry of Economy and Development of Mongolia to assist foreign investors and diversify foreign direct investment in not only mining sectors, but also agriculture, information technology, tourism, and energy sector. Second, Mongolia has recently approved the new law on public-private partnership according to UNCITRAL international standard to promote economic growth by supporting private sectors, invest and participation with sustainable requirements for partnership projects. In the law, the partnership must decrease climate change, introduce environmentally friendly technologies, support green economic development, support private sector investment, participation, economic efficiency, and have new requirements for long-term sustainability. I firmly believe that Mongolia will attract more foreign investment with the PPP law. In conclusion, Mongolia established a mining exchange, a mechanism for implementing mineral export step by step to make foreign trade more digital and speedy and strengthen the overall position of the balance of payments. As a result, the volume of export has reached the pre-pandemic levels. I'm confident that the ESCAP will continue to support member countries to overcome global challenges, promote sustainability and attract investment, including private partnerships by facilitating new technologies and innovations, trade and investment initiatives, and international cooperation. I look forward to the outcomes of the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise, and Business Innovation. I wish all the delegates fruitful and successful discussion. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll now hear from Mr. Deepak Bagla, Chief Executive Officer of Invest India, who will deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning. Madam Executive Secretary and the Under Secretary General for ESCAP, ma'am, good morning. Thank you very much for getting us all together. And I must comment that one of the things which I really liked in the video which was being played were the 3 points on commitment, collaboration, and cooperation. And I think there's something which is central to this entire room today. Thank you very much. And most importantly, Madam, thank you very much for inviting us to this first session, which I also believe is the first session because we've added enterprise and business innovation to it. And again, I think that is something extremely critical and central to all of us as we move into a new world. Excellencies, member delegates, on behalf of Invest India, it is my pleasure to be here. It's a very appropriate time. We're now moving into, in many ways, a new world. What we've all seen, what has happened with us in the past 48 months, the most unprecedented lockdown. Just think about it. 36 months ago, did you ever think we will be sitting in this room without masks? Actually, we still need some of them. But what has happened during this lockdown, this pandemic, is that the pace of change has increased dramatically. And think of a world order where if this entire pace of change and disruption which we are in the midst of, we had to go without a cell phone. We did not have the internet. Think how we would have been able to, or would we have been able to deal with this pandemic in the same manner? To our mind and to my mind, I think digitization has been one of the biggest banes to all of us. It is democratization of opportunity, it is democratization of inclusion, it is democratization of access to opportunity. And most importantly, it is what is providing us the tools to meet the challenges of this disruption and to create a new world around us. And I think from our perspective, and let me just share that with you, 4 weeks ago, India became the largest human capital on the planet. We're about close to 1.4 billion, a billion of those under the age of 35 with an average age of 29. For me, digitization has been that tool which has created the ability to generate growth and to bring growth to each and every citizen of my country. But most importantly, what digitization has done for all of us is increase that pace of change and give us solutions. I'll give you an example. The Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, launched Digital India in 2015, July 2015, just about 90 months. On July 2015, India's position on per capita data consumption was 123. And you would agree with me that data is the new oil. Last year, it was #1 in the world. India consumed more per capita mobile data than any other country put together. Last year, 41% of the world's real-time transactions happened in India, 48 billion. In October alone last year, we did 8 billion. You see the change of how fast it is moving. This digitization gives access to each and every one of us for our livelihood, for each and every citizen, not just in India, but across the globe, for their own benefits. And I think this digitization is something we all need to focus on. And Madam Secretary, you and your team have really been working very closely with our team, and we are very happy about that, and we thank you for that. Very closely, the 3 pillars which our Prime Minister has focused on completely have been on inclusion, have been on sustainability, and have been on partnership. And these are the 3, if you look, move closer to commitment, collaboration, and cooperation. India is currently the president of G20. Invest India is currently working on a working group, and it's, as of we speak, assigned where the 5 underpoint subjects which have come up. The first is on global value chain relocation. We are all seeing it. We are all in the midst of it. We are all trying to get hold of it. I think that is something we all need to be working together. We have a subgroup which is working, ma'am, very closely to try and come up with some outcomes and suggestions of how all of us can see it benefits everyone. The second, very important, sustainability in the midst of transition. The circular economy, the new green economy. As I noticed, I think just about 39 of the 49 Asia-Pacific countries have some pledges on carbon neutrality. As far as you know, India has had one of the most aggressive ones, where we promised that by 2030, close to 45% of our emissions will be non-carbon fuel. And by 2070, we will be net zero. But what is helping us to achieve this is the innovation. And that innovation and startups and entrepreneurship is what is leading the new world. And that is why, ma'am, I compliment you that you've included this as a part of your committee, because this is now going to be the most important thing going forward. The third point is inclusion. It's a no-brainer. Prosperity can never be a portrait. It has to be a landscape. It has to be all of us together. Digitization, I've already spoken of. The team is working on that together. The subgroup is working on how we can create models and how we can create platforms where we can share successes, where we can share information, all of us together, and see how it benefits more. And the last and the most important, creating the skills which are required in this new world. I think we are all facing that. It's not just for us, it's about the generation after us. And more importantly, the generations which will all lead us into that new world order. Madam, our Prime Minister has given us the slogan for G20, which is one world, one family, and one future. Just think about it. We are all in this together. We have to hold hands and walk through it. That is the only way. It's not a choice, it's an imperative. And ma'am, we thank you and your team for helping us in that endeavor. Thank you again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bagla, for your opening remarks. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this concludes the opening addresses segment of the program. It's now my pleasure to conduct the election of officers for the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise, and Business Innovation. The Bureau shall comprise of a chair and 2 vice chairs. I now invite nominations from the floor. Are there any proposals from distinguished delegates for the Bureau? I recognize the distinguished delegate of India.
Thank you for the floor. A very good morning to all of you. The delegation of India has the great pleasure to nominate His Excellency Mr. Tumur Amarsanda, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Mongolia, to ESCAP as the chair, and as vice chairs, His Excellency Mr. Noor Mohammad Mahbubul Haq, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh, and as the second vice chair, Mr. Nurbolat Alimbayev, Councillor and Deputy Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP, to be elected. We are sure that under the able leadership of this distinguished Bureau, all the tasks assigned to us will be achieved successfully. And it is already a great pleasure and a great feeling to see great in-person participation already back in UNCC. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of India. The distinguished delegate of India has nominated His Excellency Mr. Tumur Amarsana Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Mongolia to ESCAP as Chair, and as Vice Chairs, His Excellency Mr. Noor Mohammad Mahbubul Haq, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh, and Mr. Nurbulat Alimbayev, Councillor and Deputy Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP. Would any delegations like to second the nomination, as I've just read out, or propose any alternate nominations? I recognize the distinguished delegate of Tajikistan.
Thank you very much. The delegation of Tajikistan has the pleasure to second the nomination made by the distinguished delegate from India. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Tajikistan. Are there any other nominations? Okay, I see none. So it's my great pleasure then to declare as chair His Excellency Mr. Tumur Amarsana, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Mongolia to ESCAP, and as Vice Chairs, His Excellency Mr. Noor Mohammad Mahbubul Haq, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh, and Mr. Nurbulat Alimbayev, Councillor and Deputy Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP. Please join me in congratulating the newly elected Chair and Vice Chairs. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's now my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Tumur Amarsana, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Mongolia to ESCAP, the chair of the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation, to conduct the meeting from this point onward.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my honor to invite His Excellency. One second, please. It's my honor to be here in the first committee of the first session of the committee, and I thank you all for confidence placed in me and the great honor that you have bestowed on my country and on me. Together with the honorable vice chairs and with the support of the ESCAP Secretariat, I shall endeavor to discharge these responsibilities of serving as your chair to the very best of my abilities. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, we will now move on to Agenda Item 1C, Adoption of the Agenda. The provisional agenda for the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation is contained in document ESCAP/CTI-EBI 1/1/Rev1. Does any delegation have any comments on the agenda? I see none. May I propose to the committee that the provisional agenda as contained in document ESCAP/CTI-EBI 1/1/Rev1 be adopted? The agenda is adopted. At this time, I would like to invite all members of the Bureau and all heads of delegation to the stage to take a photo. I would like the Secretariat to assist all the heads of delegation. Thank you. Before we proceed with agenda item 2, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, I'd like to invite the delegates present in the room and wishing to make statements to submit their names and written statements to the conference room officer seated to my left. The statement will be returned to you as soon as a copy is made. Submitting a written statement will ensure that your comments are accurately reflected in the report on the session. Please note that only key decisions made during the session will be captured in the draft report, which will be presented for your consideration and adoption on 24th February 2023 from 2 p.m. A summary of proceedings will be made available 1 week after the meeting and will be annexed to the report. The Secretariat would also like to encourage each delegation to focus their intervention on each of the agenda items under discussion. In view of the mandates and operational requirements of the committee, priority will be given to the members, associate members, and observer countries of the Commission. If time allows, the floor will then be given to intergovernmental and international organizations and other entities. Distinguished delegates, please be informed that several side events will take place during these 3 days of the committee session. You may find more detailed information about them on the website. May I also provide some quick reminders for delegates or participants joining us via the e-conferencing platform Zoom. To select the preferred UN language, the interpretation icon with drop-down menu is available on the lower right of your screen. When you want to make an intervention, kindly click the raise hand button. Your virtual hand will appear on your name or video. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, please click unmute and start video and deliver your intervention. Your video will be spotlighted on the screen. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click mute microphone and stop video. For technical issues related to Zoom, kindly click the chat icon available on the lower middle of your screen and type your message there. Our technician will assist you shortly. The Secretariat will be monitoring the messages on Zoom. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions be raised through your delegation by using the raise hand button only. And finally, to prevent echoes and interference, please ensure that the language you select to listen to is the same as the language you speak while taking the floor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretary. That concludes agenda item 1, and we now move on to agenda item 2. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now take up agenda item 2 on making trade in Asia and the Pacific more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive. Please be informed that in the event that agenda item 2 concludes ahead of the schedule, the morning session will adjourn and we will resume in the afternoon with agenda item 3. The documents pertinent to this agenda item are ESCAP/CTIEBI 1/2 and ESCAP/CTIEBI 1/3. To introduce this agenda item, I would now like to invite Mr. Jan Duvel, Chief of the Trade Policy and Facilitation Section of the Trade Investment and Innovation Division of the ESCAP, to introduce document ESCAP/CTIEBI 1/2 and ESCAP/CTIEBI 1/3. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Let me briefly introduce here some of the key information and recommendations we provided in the main background paper prepared for this agenda item. Next slide, please. Regional trade has recovered from the COVID-19 crisis in 2022, at least in terms of trade in goods. Exports and imports in goods and services are expected to further grow this year, but more slowly than in 2022. And this assumes inflation has been effectively curbed and geopolitical tensions do not increase further. There are a lot of uncertainties ahead, and it is yet to be seen how longer-term changes in value chains will evolve as countries rethink their trade and investment policies post-pandemic. Two trends are particularly worth noting under this agenda item. First, the number of preferential trade agreements in Asia and the Pacific has continued to increase, with agreements getting larger and deeper. This expansion in the scope of trade agreements includes provisions on sustainable development, including its social and environmental dimensions. Second, digital trade rose sharply during the COVID-19 crisis, and this is expected to continue as countries pursue their digital transformation. Both these trends have strong implications for regional trade, with countries affected differently depending on their levels of readiness and development. In that context, the paper makes several suggestions to build trade competitiveness in a digital economy. Next slide, please. The first one is to simplify and digitalize trade procedures. This is something many ESCAP countries are very much committed to already, including the now 11 parties to the Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and the Pacific. Full trade digitalization will take time and trust, but could cut average trade costs in the region by more than 13%. The Secretariat has already provided support to 17 countries in conducting legal and technical readiness assessment for cross-border paperless trade, and this support remains available on request. Next slide, please. The second suggestion is to foster an enabling digital trade environment, focusing on reducing policy ambiguity and restrictions for firms of all sizes to engage in digital trade within and across borders. Policy and regulatory convergence in this area could provide more people in the region with more affordable and varied digital services. The Secretariat has collected and analyzed regulations on digital trade, and the findings will be presented during a side event later today, but much work remains to be done in this area. Next slide, please. In terms of making trade more inclusive and sustainable, the paper proposes specific attention to promoting climate-smart trade, as climate action is the area in which the Asia-Pacific region as a whole has made the least progress since the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals. In the region, both tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade are more prevalent for environmental goods than for carbon-intensive fossil fuels. Fossil fuel subsidies persist. Trade remains crucial for spreading technologies to make economies greener and reduce emissions. So looking forward, it is clear that market access will be increasingly affected by environmental considerations, and further work on cooperation could be considered in this area. Next slide, please. Another important consideration in making trade more inclusive and sustainable is to ensure trade resilience in times of crisis. Access to essential goods during the COVID-19 crisis became a key issue, and many countries realized how dependent they were on each other. If trade cooperation and integration is to be sustained, mechanisms are needed to ensure supplies of key goods and services during crisis. A model chapter on trade in crisis situations in regional trade agreement was developed and has been circulated for reference under this agenda item. More broadly, countries with special needs, including least developed and landlocked developing countries, tend to be disproportionately affected during crisis, and therefore may need special and differential treatment. As the trade policy environment becomes ever more complex, the Secretariat is developing online tools to support and advise countries in this area, such as TINA, our Trade Intelligence and Negotiation Advisor. We welcome views, feedback, and collaboration on this work going forward. Next slide, please. In that overall context, the committee may consider recommending that increased focus be placed on making trade in the region more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive, and that the Secretariat continue and expand its analytical research, capacity building, and technical assistance efforts in relation to digital trade, in relation to trade digitalization, trade agreements, climate-smart trade, trade resilience in time of crisis, and also graduation from least developed country status. It may also consider recommending that cooperation on cross-border paperless trade be further enhanced and encourage accession to the Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and the Pacific. Finally, it may consider recommending the inclusion of provisions in future regional trade and cooperation agreements to limit disruption to trade in times of pandemics and other crises. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duval. I would now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Domingos Lopez Antunes, Vice Minister for Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Tourism, Commerce and Industry of Timor-Leste, to deliver his remarks via pre-recorded video message.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to have been invited by ESCAP to the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise, and Business Innovations to deliver a keynote statement and to share with you all Timor-Leste international trade and investment situation and our key priorities for promoting private sector development and growth. As you all may be aware, Timor-Leste has relatively small and underdeveloped private sector. The government has been working to promote private sector growth, in particular SMEs, which play an important role in diversifying our economy. We recognize that being open to international trade and investment is essential for economic diversification, growth, and development. To benefit from international trade and investment, the government has a critical role in creating an enabling environment with policies and regulatory frameworks to promote private sector development and growth. Investment will bring new businesses, create jobs, drive innovation through technological advancement, and ultimately increase productivity. The government has implemented a number of initiatives to promote SMEs and entrepreneurship development, such as provide soft loans, credit guarantee scheme for SMEs in key productive sectors in agriculture, fisheries, tourism, and light manufacturing. Support business startups, business incubators, and business innovation challenge for young entrepreneurs to develop their ideas. Get access to funding and acquire the skills they need to succeed in the business world. Innovation and entrepreneurship are essential drivers for our economic development and growth. It is important for the government to continue to support and promote entrepreneurship and innovation and create conducive environment where business can grow, create jobs, and contribute to the development of the country. Regional economic cooperation and coordination also play an important role in promoting international trade and investment, enhancing the supply chain and helping countries access to technological advancement and capital. A recent announcement from ASEAN leaders during 41st ASEAN summit that agreed in principle to admit Timor-Leste to the 11 members of ASEAN and grant Timor-Leste an observer status and allow to participate in all ASEAN meetings is a significant milestone that would lay the path for the accession and economic integration process into ASEAN community. We expect that in the very foreseeable future will become an ASEAN family. Apart from ASEAN integration process, we are also all working on our accession to WTO and Pacific Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU. Looking forward, I believe trade, investment, enterprise, and innovations are critical areas that we must focus on to diversify our economy, participate in the regional and global value chain. By working together, sharing knowledge and expertise, and investing in these key areas, we can build resilient, innovative, and sustainable economic development and growth for ourselves and for our country. To conclude, I wish you all an engaging and successful event, and I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency Antunes. This concludes the introductory part of this agenda item. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now proceed to country statements for agenda item 2. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes to ensure we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of a longer statement, you may provide the Secretariat with a full statement for sharing through the committee websites. Delegations in the room may request to speak by raising their country name plate and will be called upon to speak from their seat, while delegations online would need to click the raise hand function in Zoom. Is this clear to all delegations? If so, I now open the floor for country statements. The first speaker on my list is China, to be followed by Indonesia. China, you have the floor.
女士们、先生们，大家好。中国坚定不移推进高水平对外开放，持续深化国际经贸合作。2022年，面对多重因素冲击，中国采取有力措施稳定生产和出口，积极扩大进口，外贸保持稳定增长势头，为全球经济复苏提供重要支撑。我们推动出台外贸保稳机制和支持外贸稳定发展等外贸政策，加强对外贸企业用能、用工、物流等各方面保障，稳定外贸产业链、供应链，多措并举帮助企业开展贸易促进和共采对接，加大对企业参加各类展会支持力度，继续举办广交会和进博会，扩大参展企业范围，延长服务时间，持续推动外贸创新发展，新设60个跨境电商综试区，8个市场采购贸易方式试点，29个进口贸易促进创新示范区，加大对海外仓支持力度，各项政策措施有力有效，推动全年进出口再创新高。2022年，中国进出口总额达到6.31万亿美元，同比增长4.4%，其中与亚太国家进出口额占60%左右。2023年，全球经贸发展面临诸多挑战，不确定、不稳定因素增加。面对挑战，中国将坚定奉行互利共赢的开放战略，始终坚持创新驱动，加快发展方式转型，坚持绿色引领，加快绿色低碳转型，坚持数字赋能，加快数字化转型，加强对中小微外贸企业支持，提高市场活力，通过维护多边主义和自由贸易，积极参与国际分工重塑，扩大与贸易伙伴利益交汇，促进共享中国发展成果，努力开创开放合作、包容普惠、共享共赢的国际贸易局面。中方鼓励各方深化在本地区多双边自贸协定下的合作，包括高质量实施 ESCAP， 进一步提升区域贸易投资自由化、便利化水平。中国积极推进加入 DIPA 和 CPTPP 工作。去年，中国与其他金砖国家达成了金砖国家数字经济伙伴关系框架、金砖国家贸易投资与可持续发展倡议，希望就有关领域与 ESCAP 成员加强合作。同时，中国积极推进亚太跨境无纸贸易便利化框架协定的实施，希望更多 ESCAP 成员加入，为增强亚太地区竞争力、可持续性和包容性，进一步提振区域和世界经济贡献力量。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Next speaker is Indonesia, to be followed by Russian Federation. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished ESCAP member delegates, good morning. It's a great honor for me to be here today to attend the first session of Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise, and Business Innovation. The Indonesian delegate would like to convey our gratitude to the ESCAP Secretariat to arrange this important meeting with the present document and provide guidance on the future direction of the work of this committee. Hopefully, we can get many insights from all members to boost trade and investment in the Asia Pacific. Mr. Chairman and distinguished delegates, I believe we share the same understanding that the trade digitalization play an important role in mitigating economic losses from the COVID-19 and encourage post-pandemic economic recovery. Like many other countries, MSME play an important role in Indonesia's economic development. It contributes to 60.5% Indonesia economic structure and absorb 96.9% of the total domestic employment. So it's only natural that digital transformation of Indonesia is centered on empowering MSMEs to onboard into digital ecosystem. In this regard, the government have been working hand in hand with academic, private sector, and other related stakeholders to accelerate digital transformation in an inclusive and sustainable manner. The digitalization program covers a number of initiatives. The government also provides an online platform, www.portal/indonesia.id for MSME to showcase their product. Mr. Chairman and distinguished delegates, we view the digitalization also supports the global supply chain and value chain through convergent progress on digital trade facilitation, which contributes to wider market access, reducing trade costs, ensuring the continuity of trade flow, and eventually increasing opportunities for companies, especially as MSME, to integrate the global market. That is why we must approach digital trade policy with thoughtfulness, so we must pursue an inclusive, sustainable policy that advances the quality of life of human beings. The policy we develop must calibrate with our broader agenda. In this addition, we have to maintain the adaptability in our digital trade policies so that they remain resilient and long-lasting. In this regard, we encourage the Secretariat to move forward to respond to the shifting priorities of member states in the area of trade and investment, which include unlocking digital trade, MSME potential, sustainable intra-regional trade and value chain, as well as principles for investment policy making. Mr. Chairman and distinguished delegates, Indonesia will continue to enhance cooperation with ESCAP and members to be able to take advantage of the Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade, or FAPT. Indonesia plans to participate in the FAPT and currently under the national consultation stage to discuss possible access to FAPT. In this case, we also support the ESCAP to take advantage to regional connectivity by continuing improve infrastructure to support sustainable economic development. Indonesia also welcomed the work toward a model chapter on trade in crisis situation in the trade regional agreement. This is increasingly important subject to minimize impact of trade disruption and promote coordination in time of crisis. It is timely for us to recall that member countries at varying degrees of development with varying different system and setting. Thus, the model chapter being developed should be treated as a reference, not an obligation for member countries to consider in trade negotiation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your statement. The next speaker on my list is Russian Federation, to be followed by India. Russian Federation.
Спасибо. Уважаемый председатель, дамы и господа, сегодня практически все страны-члены комиссии стоят перед лицом серьезных вызовов в обеспечении поступательного экономического развития и осуществлении повестки 2030. Изменение климата, политические и экономические вызовы, геополитическая турбулентность – все это усложняет задачу своевременного достижения целей устойчивого развития. В этих условиях еще большее значение приобретает партнерское взаимодействие под эгидой ESCAP, являющееся залогом поддержания поступательной динамики экономических интеграционных процессов в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе, обеспечение стабильности его экономики и продвижение государств-членов комиссии по пути реализации целей устойчивого развития. Страны АТР стремительно превращаются в новые центры экономического и технологического роста. Их преимуществом является отмеченный за прошедший 2022 год рост ВВП на 4,2%. Тем не менее, этот рост тормозит политика части западных элит, направленная на удержание мира в рамках однополярного устройства и сохранение своей гегемонии. Россия продолжает играть значимую роль в содействии международному развитию. Как крупнейшая евразийская держава, наша страна заинтересована в успешном будущем Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона и всего мира в целом. Россия ответственно и добросовестно исполняет и продолжит исполнять свои обязательства по международным контрактам в части экспорта сельхозпродукции, удобрений, энергоносителей и другой критически важной продукции. Хорошо осознаем значение поставок социально значимых товаров, в том числе продовольствия, для социально-экономического развития государств Азии и других континентов и регионов для выполнения целей устойчивого развития. Считаем также, что в условиях нарастающего протекционизма и экономического национализма региональные интеграционные объединения могут поспособствовать сдерживанию этих тенденций. С этим пониманием продолжаем наращивать межрегиональное сотрудничество, успешным примером которого является программа сотрудничества между Евразийским экономическим союзом и АСЕАН до 2025 года, призванная улучшить бизнес-климат в странах-членах объединений и создать механизмы прямого диалога бизнес-ассоциаций ЕАЭС и АСЕАН. Отдельно хотели бы отметить роль рамочного соглашения по упрощению и унификации трансграничной безбумажной торговли. Реализация соглашения позволит снизить внешнеторговые издержки ВТР, будет способствовать большему вовлечению малых и средних предприятий в региональные производственные цепочки. В России процедура рассмотрения вопроса о присоединении к данному соглашению находится на завершающем этапе. В заключение хотел бы подчеркнуть следующее. Принципиально важно добиваться поддержания на площадке ESCAP благоприятных условий для совместного поиска конструктивных подходов к решению насущных экономических проблем региона, выравниванию уровней социально-экономического развития, реализации повестки 2030. Руководствуясь именно таким подходом, Россия намерена и дальше участвовать в партнерском сотрудничестве в рамках комиссии. Желаю всем крепкого здоровья и успехов в работе. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Federation, for your statements. The next speaker is India, to be followed by Japan. India, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, India has recently taken over presidency of G20 and its theme is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, which is drawn from the ancient Sanskrit text of Maha Upanishad. The theme affirms the value of all life, human, animal, plant, and microorganisms, and their interconnectedness on the planet Earth and in the wider universe. The theme also spotlights lifestyle for environment, with its associated environmentally sustainable and responsible choices, both at the level of individual lifestyles as well as national development, leading to globally transformative actions resulting in a cleaner, greener, and bluer future. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development defines international trade as an engine for inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction that contributes to the promotion of sustainable development. The growth in trade itself has, however, been affected in recent years due to disruption in economic activity and global trade on account of COVID-19 pandemic and the recent global geopoliticals. The countries all over the world have taken various fiscal and structural reforms to counter the impact of pandemic and are now back to the path of recovery. India too has reached a pre-pandemic level of development owing to a series of reforms undertaken by the government, which has resulted in India emerging as one of the fastest growing market economies with GDP growth of 8.7% in 2021-22 and expected growth of 7% during 2022-23. India's economic growth in recent years has been principally led by the private consumption and capital formation, and they have helped to generate employment. Moreover, world's second largest vaccination drive involving more than 2 billion doses also served to lift consumer sentiments. The relatively high growth despite strong global headwinds reflects India's underlying economic resilience of its ability to recoup, renew, and re-energize the growth drivers of the economy. India is now the third largest economy in the world in PPP terms and fifth largest in market exchange rates. As expected of a nation of this size, the Indian economy in financial year 2023 has nearly recouped what was lost, renewed what has paused, and re-energized what has slowed during the pandemic and since the conflict in Europe. As a result of our special emphasis on economic reforms, which include fiscal consolidation, minimizing regulatory compliances, promoting ease of doing businesses, accelerating infrastructure development, undertaking goods and service tax reforms, and direct tax reforms, the export in goods and service during the period April to January 2022-23 has grown at the rate of 17.3% and reached about $641 billion, with 2 months remaining in the current financial year. India has undertaken 13 FTAs and 6 PTAs, 6 partially trade agreements. These 3 agreements have resulted in growth in both exports and imports in FTA partner. India is further negotiating in FTA negotiation with 4 key economies: the UK, the European Union, Canada, and the Gulf Cooperation Council. We are also a negotiating member of Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. These FTA initiatives will promote supply chain diversification and resilience, contributing to inclusive and sustainable growth. The recently launched National Hydrogen Mission, with an outlay of $2.3 billion, will facilitate transition of the economy to low carbon intensity, reduce dependency on fossil fuel imports, and make the country assume technology and market leadership in this sunrise sector. Our target is to reach an annual production of 5 million metric tons by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, India, for your statement. The next speaker is Japan, to be followed by Republic of Korea. Japan, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I believe I didn't have my placard up, but I'd like to, since I think the Republic of Korea had its placard up before me, in fairness, I think they should go first.
You can do that. So Japan, you want to move the end of the speakers list, because I think you registered before, so that's why we.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't mind.
If you just raised your plug right now.
Yes, I raised it right now.
Then you have to move to the end of the list.
Okay, that's fine with us.
So you want to speak now, or you move to the end of the list?
Okay, well, since I registered, which is correct, I can certainly deliver my statements now if it's okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So Japan has been an active proponent of facilitating free, fair, and open trade regime throughout various regional trade agreements and discussion forums, including CPTPP, RCEP, OECD, APEC, IPEF, and others, and pursuing high standard principles related to achieving free trade and inclusive and sustainable growth via various trade agreements formed with countries and regions which have high aspirations in that regard. We strongly believe in the benefits of an open Indo-Pacific region. On matters related to facilitation of digital trade, as document 1/2, paragraph 21 illustrates, Japan was party to the first ever digital trade agreement that came into force in January 2020. We think that this sets a high standard for digital trade as a best practice. On document 1/3, we'd like to see clarity from the Secretariat why it's introducing this set of text, which looks a bit like a treaty text with the use of legally binding language. We'd like to understand the specific mandate behind this work, especially in the due consideration of ESCAP's role as a discussion platform to facilitate regional and sub-regional cooperation rather than negotiating legally binding sounding text. At the WTO MC12 held last June, we'd like to recall that work has already been done to provide guidance on matters associated with crisis situations, including the pandemic and food security. The government of Japan regards highly these achievements and would like to urge not replicating equivalent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, for your statement. Next speaker on my list is Republic of Korea, to be followed by Tajikistan. Republic of Korea, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, at the outset, please allow me to extend to you, on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Korea, my sincere congratulations on your election as the chair of this important committee. We are confident that under your able leadership, the first session will yield substantive results. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea attached high priority to making trade more sustainable and inclusive. Digital trade facilitation is essential to this path, as it significantly reduces trade costs, builds preparedness against the climate crisis, and further enhance our competitiveness in the global digital economy. Korea also recognizes the environmental benefits of cross-border paperless trade facilitation. As many ESCAP publications have highlighted, we strongly believe that the use of electronic process has huge potential to reduce environmental burdens, especially in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. In this spirit, the Republic of Korea joined the ESCAP-led framework agreement on the facilitation of cross-border paperless trade last November, and it will take into force on February 26th. Mr. Chair, the government of the Republic of Korea reaffirms its commitment to support paperless trade in the Asia and Pacific region. We will continue to work with ESCAP member states on the promotion of inclusive and sustainable inter-regional trade through capacity building and technical assistance projects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Republic of Korea, for your statement. The next speaker is Tajikistan, to be followed by Timor-Leste. Tajikistan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable delegates and distinguished guests, first of all, let me thank ESCAP for inviting the representative from Tajikistan to participate at this important event. We pay special attention to cooperation with ESCAP countries. I am honored to speak on behalf of the Republic of Tajikistan on today's event. As a landlocked country in Central Asia, Tajikistan recognizes the crucial role of trade in driving economic growth and development. Our location at the crossroads of major trade routes provides an opportunity to engage in regional and international trade. Tajikistan has been working to improve the business environment and promote economic diversification. We have implemented a number of reforms to reduce barriers to trade, streamline regulations, and increase transparency in government decision-making. We have also developed a modern financial sector to increase access to finance for small and medium-sized enterprises, which are key drivers of economic growth. In addition to these domestic efforts, Tajikistan is committed to promoting regional cooperation and integration in Asia and the Pacific. We have actively participated in regional initiatives such as the Framework Agreement on Paperless Trade, which aim to improve connectivity and increase trade and investment flows in the region. However, we believe there is more that can be done to make trade in Asia and the Pacific more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive. We recognize the importance of sustainable trade practices that promote environmental protection and social responsibility. We support efforts to promote sustainable agriculture and forestry practice, reduce carbon emissions, and protect biodiversity. We encourage the development of standards and certification systems that promote sustainable production and consumption as well. Technology can play a crucial role in enhancing trade in the Asia-Pacific region. One of the key technologies that can be leveraged is, of course, digitalization. Digitalization can help streamline trade procedures, reduce transaction costs, and enhance transparency in trade. Some of the specific technologies that can be used to promote digitalization in trade include electronic data interchange, Internet of Things. In addition to digitalization, there are other technologies that can be leveraged to promote sustainable and inclusive trade in the region, such as renewable energy technologies can help reduce the carbon footprint of trade, while technologies that enhance the productivity and competitiveness of small and medium-sized enterprises can help promote inclusive trade. To fully realize the potential of technology for trade in the region, it is important to address the digital divide and ensure that all countries have access to affordable and reliable digital infrastructure. It is also important to ensure that the benefits of technology are widely shared and that no one is left behind in the pursuit of more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive trade. In conclusion, Tajikistan recognizes the importance of trade in driving economic growth and development and is committed to promoting regional cooperation and integration in Asia and the Pacific. We believe that by reducing trade barriers, promoting sustainable trade practices, and ensuring inclusive trade, we can make trade in our region more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tajikistan, for your statement. The next speaker is Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the time. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to speak on behalf of the government of Timor-Leste and His Excellency Vice Minister of Commerce and Industry. Timor-Leste would like to confirm that we are committed to implementing cross-border framework agreement implementation in Asia and the Pacific. Timor-Leste has acceded to the framework agreement in April 2022, and we would like to encourage other member countries to join the framework agreement. On this occasion, Timor-Leste would like to express our appreciation for the ongoing support provided by the ESCAP in the area of cross-border trade implementation, including trade negotiation, which will help Timor-Leste smooth integration into regional and global trade and investment agreement and cooperation. Timor-Leste will continue to count on UNESCAP support in this key area. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Timor-Leste. So now, the next speaker on my list is Eurasian Economic Commission, to be followed by South Asia Association for Regional Cooperation. Eurasian Economic Commission, you have the floor. So delegation of the Eurasian Economic Commission is not here at the moment. So I will move to the next speaker on my list is South Asia Association for Regional Cooperation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegate. On behalf of His Excellency Mr. Isala Ruan Virakan, Secretary General of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation (SARC), I have the honor to address this important session on making trade in Asia and the Pacific more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive. This important event assumes considerable significance as it is being held at a time when we are trying to recover from the adverse impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. I convey the best wishes of His Excellency Mr. Virakan for every success of this session. Mr. Chairman, cognizant the importance of trade and economic cooperation, the SARC leaders at their successive summits have reiterated their resolve to facilitate trade in the region. In order to realize this objective, since inception in December 1985, SARC has introduced several mechanisms and legal instruments promoting intra-regional trade and economic cooperation. As the first step towards liberalization and facilitation of trade in the region, an agreement on the SARC Preferential Trade Arrangement (SAFTA) was introduced in April 1993. This was followed by the agreement on the South Asian Free Trade Area, which came into force on January 2006. The SAFTA agreement is envisaged as a prelude towards the visionary goals of the South Asian Economic Union to be achieved in a phased and planned manner: creation of a free trade area, a custom union, a common market, and a common economic and monetary union, as pronounced by the SARC leaders during the 18th summit in Kathmandu 2014. The SAFTA Ministerial Council, comprising commerce ministers of the member states, oversees the implementation of SAFTA agreement. Important initiatives have been taken on verification mechanisms relating to rules of origin under SAFTA and SAFTA. In the meanwhile, efforts are underway to remove non-tariff and para-tariff barriers, as well as to further reduce sensitive risks. The SARC Arbitration Council has been functional since 2007, with the overarching goal of providing a legal framework within the region for fair and efficient settlement through conciliation and arbitration in commercial, investment, and such other disputes. Likewise, the South Asian Regional Standards Organization (SARSO), established in 2014, has been working on the harmonization of SARC standards and the promotion of regional collaboration in the fields of metrology, accreditation, and conformity assistance. Similarly, the Agreement on Trade in Services signed in April 2010 aims to promote trade in services among the contracting states in mutually beneficial and equitable manner by establishing a framework for liberalizing and promoting trade in services within the region. Mr. Chairman, the vision of SARC leaders articulated through the SARC declaration at the successive summits has served as a blueprint for regional cooperation in promoting trade in a more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive manner. SARC is determined to move forward with a special focus on trade and economic cooperation among its member states. As the world strives to build back better from the economic crisis triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic, regional cooperation has become all the more necessary today than ever before to promote trade in a sustainable manner. I hope that this meeting will come with useful recommendations in this regard. On behalf of the Secretary General of SARC, I thank ESCAP for organizing this important event and for inviting SARC. ESCAP has been an active partner of SARC, and we look forward to continuing collaborative ties with ESCAP in the days ahead. I wish this session every success. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your statement. The Eurasian Economic Commission requested to move the statement to the agenda item 3, and it's duly noted. And I would like to ask, if there is no more requests from the floor, I would like to ask the Secretariat to clarify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So thank you very much to all the delegations for all their suggestions and comments on the work that is done, and sharing information also on what they are doing at the national level in the area of trade. This is very useful for the Secretariat and to guide our work. I note a lot of emphasis on paperless trade, the paperless trade agreement, on trade digitization. So I think this is duly noted. I think the Secretariat is working quite hard in those areas already, and we're looking forward to do more. With regard to the clarification sought by Japan, right, on the second document on the model chapter on trade in crisis situations in regional trade agreements. The background for this model chapter is a UN-wide project in support of COVID-19 recovery. And so that project was co-implemented with UNCTAD, all the UN regional commissions, and this particular model chapter emerged from this initiative on model provisions for trade in times of crisis and pandemic in regional and other trade agreements that was launched during early on during the COVID-19 crisis, when there was realization by many that trade was being seriously affected by the COVID-19 crisis and the measures that were taken. And so the question that arose at the time is, how come there is so many trade rules, so many trade agreements, and how come trade is impeded, right? Although there is all those trade agreements in place. And so the group then started to look. So it's a group of UN organizations, it's a group of experts, and it's not a group of government negotiators or something like that who actually developed and implemented this project. And so we thought there was many activities implemented under this initiative. One of the initiatives was actually to organize a policy hackathon to generate ideas on how we can improve trade agreements to make trade more resilient in the future. And so one of the outputs that came from this policy hackathon, one of the ideas that came out of this policy hackathon is the possibility of adding provisions to existing regional trade agreements or future regional trade agreements to increase trade resilience. And so the chapter on trade in crisis situation in regional trade agreements, which is annexed to the document, is simply a template and a reference document. And it's really part of ESCAP work on building capacity for trade negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duval. This brings us to the end of agenda item 2. Please be informed that the next agenda item will be chaired by the Vice Chair, Mr. Nurbolat Alimbayev, Council and Deputy Prime Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP. I thank you all distinguished delegates, and we will resume the proceedings at 2:15 with agenda item 3.
Recording stopped. we shall now take up agenda item 3 on advancing public-private partnerships and private sector networks to accelerate climate action and the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Please be informed that in the event that agenda item 3 concludes ahead of schedule, the afternoon session will adjourn and we will resume tomorrow morning with agenda item 4. The documents pertaining to this agenda item are ESCAP/CTIEBI1/4 and ESCAP/CTIEB1/INF/1 and ESCAP/CTIEBI1/INF/2. To introduce this agenda item, I would now like to invite Ms. Tientip Subhanij, Chief of the Investment and Enterprise Development Section of the Trade, Investment and Innovation Division of ESCAP, to introduce documents ESCAP/CTIEBI1/4 and ESCAP/CTIEBI1/INF1/1 and ESCAP/CTIEBI1/INF/2. Ms. Subhanij.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So good afternoon and welcome to the first day and afternoon session of our Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation. This is the first session of our committee, and this is an agenda item 3 on advancing public-private partnership and private sector networks to accelerate climate action and the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So maybe I'll go to the first slide. Just would like to let you know that my section on investment and enterprise development basically manages 2 key networks. First is the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, where I will talk about again later. Second is the Infrastructure Financing and Public-Private Partnerships Network of Asia and the Pacific. So these 2 networks, although it sits different in different networks, but it has begun and it will continue to work together in order to bring the most benefit to member states in terms of achieving sustainable development goals. So let me first introduce the first network to you. This is the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network. As you can see, that this network actually is a private sector-driven network with the support of ESCAP Secretariat. So it's a mechanism to engage with business sector to pursue sustainable development goals. It is a long-standing network which was created a long time ago, since 2004, originally in the form of ESCAP Business Advisory Council. It was then transformed in 2012 and transited to what we call today the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, or ESBN, to promote more active business engagement in sustainable development. So perhaps let me introduce you the objectives of the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, because since this is a private sector network, so perhaps it is less known to member states about what it does. So the objectives of the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network is to drive business actions and contributions to the SDGs. It also aims to increase availability of peer learning and inspiration for more sustainable business activity. It offers private sector insight and collaboration to other ESCAP's other activities. For example, it will try to engage ESCAP divisions in delivering ESCAP's work to contribute to the SDG. Now, ESCAP Sustainable Business Network is quite a structured network in the sense that it has both Executive Council and the task force. In terms of the Executive Council, it's basically essentially the business leaders, CEO, and heads of sustainability of companies of the region, those with substantial operations in ESCAP economies. And this will be led by 15 to 20 Executive Council members. At the moment, we have 15. The current chair is also here today, who also makes statement, Dr. George Lam, who is currently the president of the Hong Kong ASEAN Economic Cooperation Foundation. So what does the Executive Council meeting do? The Executive Council meeting usually advises ESCAP on matters related to business and what ESCAP could do to promote the role of business sector. They usually meet on a regular basis twice a year. They essentially oversee the work of ESBN. They discuss business perspectives on sustainable development issues and provide their experience, expertise, and insights into the ESCAP secretariat work, which normally involve the government. Now, just want to also let you know that apart from the Executive Council members, the ESBN consists of currently 5 task forces. One is the Inclusive and Sustainable Finance Task Force. Second is the Digital Economy Task Force. Third is the Green Economy Task Force. And we have also the 4th task force, which is Disaster and Climate Risk Reduction. And then the last task force is the Women and Youth Entrepreneurship. However, as of last year, in 2022, the ESBN had initiated what we call the Asia Pacific Green Deal for Business. So as you can see, this is purely business initiative. It was agreed upon at the Executive Council meeting in May 2020. It called on business to commit to align their operational strategies with ESG principles. It recognized the urgent need for action to mitigate climate change, and it proposed new partnership between government, private sector, and communities along the 5 new pillars. As you can see on the right is basically the logo for the Asia Pacific Green Deal for Business. And the Asia Pacific Green Deal for Business now will transform the current task force of ESBN into the 5 new pillars of the Green Deal, which is on energy, advance a zero carbon, affordable, resilient energy system, build smart, sustainable, and climate resilient infrastructure as a 2nd pillar, work on green finance to mobilize public and private investment for green transformation, work on innovation, accelerate new technology and applications to improve efficiency, and work on circular economy in terms of green production, consumption, and waste, basically change towards a circular economy to minimize environmental impact. So these will be the new pillars of the Green Deal for Business, which will form and under reform to change the previous task force into these new pillars, because we believe that these are important in accelerating our attempt towards achieving an SDG. Now, the Asia Pacific Green Deal for Business was actually soft launched at the APBF, which stands for the Asia Pacific Business Forum, in 2022. So this is again a very long-standing forum of the ESBN. It was usually held in different countries, sometimes in Bangkok. During COVID-19, it was held in Bangkok. This time again, because of the travel restrictions, we held the APBF 2022 in Bangkok on 26 August. And that was when the Asia Pacific Green Deal for Business was soft launched. The deal is a non-binding document that calls on the private sector to commit to aligning the core operational strategies with environmental, social, and governance principles. As of now, there's actually the latest data is that there's 95 companies already signed up, and it's still 89 here, but it's already 95 private sector organizations have pledged support to the declaration. We've just also had a side event on, related to the Green Deal just now. Before we come to this main function, you can also scan the QR code here to access the website and see the details of the Asia Pacific Green Deal for Business. So that is the first network that we manage. The second network that we also manage is the Infrastructure Financing and Public-Private Partnership Network of Asia and the Pacific. So this network was actually originated since 2018, so it's been up and running for several years now. The reason for its setup was the challenge of infrastructure financing that were quite complex given the vast different geographic and economic levels of development of member states in the region. So recognizing this challenge, ESCAP established the Infrastructure Financing and PPP Network of Asia and the Pacific in 2018 with support from the China PPP Center under the China Ministry of Finance. However, it has gained a lot of membership since then, and a lot of countries have pledged support to it. It has grown to have now 53 network members, both in Asia Pacific and also in North America and Africa. This is the information as of February 2023. Now, what does this network do? Basically, as the name implies, it's a network. So it tries to establish a link between the PPP units in the regions to provide capacity building, knowledge sharing, and project facilitation as much as we can. The main activities involve the regional network meeting, either in the form of physical, virtual, hybrid. We usually do it biannual, twice a year, with a focus on basically member state. The key thing of the network would be, member state presenting their projects. There will be a private sector there to comment on the projects. We will also take member state and the private sector to visit the site visit, infrastructure site visit in that country. Also try to organize a matchmaking session and networking event where later on they can follow up on the project of interest. We also have another activities called thematic workshop, which is more tailored. It's not a general meeting, but it's more thematic focus. Usually we tailor the topic, the thematic topic per the request of some countries through their TA requests, and we will do this thematic accordingly. We also produce, apart from the meeting, we also produce the knowledge products to go with it. For example, the first that we produced was in 2019. This one is called the Infrastructure Financing for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, which proposed a new and holistic approach to infrastructure financing to accelerate sustainable development. We are currently and this book is actually translated into Chinese and distributed in Chinese market. Another book, we're also developing a PPP guideline, which is coming up hopefully by the end of this year. We will have another PPP guideline together with the China PPP Center and ADB with a focus on infrastructure project planning, risk identification in selected priority sectors. And of course, again, this guidebook, we will prioritize how to make not only bankable projects, but also how to make it a climate resilience and sustainable infrastructure project, which is the main aim of the network. Apart from the meeting, the TA in the countries, the knowledge products, the capacity building, which the last one we provided to India earlier in the year, and there'll be more TA coming this year for us to provide capacity building. In response to COVID-19, we upgrade the Infra PPP Net web portal. So this is basically a website, but it's a website that also contains projects at different stages in Asia Pacific region. The upgraded website, you can also scan the code here and have a look. Your comments and suggestions are most welcome, and we're happy to develop it, as best we can to benefit all member states and to facilitate more project transactions. So what is in the summary of the web portal? So the web portal is actually launched in 2020 and now upgraded as you can see, and you can scan from the QR code. The project submitted through the web portal is now currently 84 sustainable infrastructure projects from the region across 12 sectors. We're able to receive a total of 25.7 billion US dollar as of today. One of the biggest projects is also from Mongolia, who spoke today this morning. And with that, just want to end by saying that these are the two networks that we manage, and we very much welcome your suggestion and recommendations on which kind of activities that you would like us to pursue further, whether you see any use in these two networks, and how can we make it better for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Subhanij. I'd now like to invite Dr. George Lam, Chair of the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, to deliver his remarks.
Good afternoon, dear Chair and distinguished delegates. The ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, represents businesses of the Asia-Pacific region committed to green transformation and development that is sustainable, creating infrastructure, technology, logistics, goods and services to improve people's life and to create a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. And at the Asia-Pacific Business Forum 2022, multiple business leaders also came to the consensus that the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, or ESBN, can also become a platform for offering advice to policymakers regarding enforcing sustainability requirements in private enterprises. Where businesses are internationally exposed through trade and finance, this may even lead to regional cooperation on appropriate regulation, for example, in carbon markets. So the sky's the limit for a lot of green transformation initiatives. Now, with COVID-19 pandemic coming to an end, or having come to an end, the ESBN is tasked with, of course, advancing public-private partnerships and private sector networks to accelerate climate action and the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Now, in moving forward, we see obstacles, challenges, which can also become opportunities. So I'd like to quickly go through some of our ESBN members' observations in planning for the upcoming actions. First of all, is about the private sector networks that we around us but cannot be mobilized effectively. Now, there are a lot of networks very active and very rich in content and resources there, including, of course, the conglomerates, the leading conglomerates in the region, in the Asia-Pacific region, the various industry associations, the various local chambers of commerce, various smart cities and alliances of smart cities, industrial parks, industrial zones, and then we also have seen networks of private equity firms and venture capitals, and also the sovereign funds working across border, but usually quite low-key. But a lot of responsible investing can happen there, for sure. And then the universities and also the professions, including law firms that are very active and capable in PPP, for example. So such networks can be targeted, can be mobilized to help with our cause. So the ESBN, with our 5 task forces, will work very hard in order to engage more champions, from the business sector to help. Another area is really about PPP, which I should have mentioned earlier. The PPP networks, I think we have a lot of business feedback about the misalignment of or imbalance of risk, when it comes to PPP structuring. So this is how a lot of comparing of notes and exchange views or PPP user groups can be very useful. The ESBN has members with PPP experience and ongoing operations. So that can be one area where we can have more collaboration, particularly some of the bigger projects that are being proposed. And then ESG investing and responsible investing is another area. We have heard about greenwashing. We have heard about a lack of data consistency and standards and so on. We have heard about the fact that less than 20% of ESG fundings are being deployed. So not enough ESG projects and so on and so forth. And people also question about where is the S and the G. And so the call for clarity and compliance and government action to help the industry and the private sector is very loud. Meanwhile, tech startups are suffering from capital shortage. You can see the issue of Series A funding rounds, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic period. The next area is about capacity building policy advocacy. We have seen also the missing of the targeting the youth and SMEs. Also, not enough sharing of PPP templates and best practices, etc. Now, not even clear communications and sharing of roadmaps for achieving carbon neutrality across the Asia-Pacific economies. And then regarding ESG policy, listing rules, and sustainability reporting, a lot of room for more practical work. But right now, it's only baby steps being taken. The next areas is about the tech. So we have seen the emergence of Internet of Things and satellite applications, AI applications. The ESBN members' view is that tech is not just nice to have, it is a necessary condition for success. And it's important to make sure that we look at the startups. Many startups are involving young people, very passionate people. They don't have enough capital. And the institutional investors ignore the small ones. So this is a big area for achieving some quick wins. Another area is, of course, about promoting and facilitating regional collaborations, because it's impossible to achieve the SDGs by working as an island or silo. We have to work together, and it's not easy. Even startups and SME cannot access the regional markets easily. We don't even share carbon neutrality roadmaps, generously. So what's coming next is that ESBN is proposing, is actually implementing now the new Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business. which is to make sure that we mobilize all the businesses in our region to take immediate actions in the 5 areas that just now Dr. Tien Thiep just mentioned. And so I think this is one area where we need all of your help to mobilize businesses to sign up for the Asia-Pacific Green Deal. After all, Asia-Pacific is the largest economic region of the world and is a defining battlefield for achieving the SDGs. Right here, I'd like to close with a quick remark about the upcoming Asia-Pacific Business Forum 2023 to be held in November this year. This is an opportunity for all of us to come together to really mobilize further collaboration, cross-sectoral collaboration between private sector and the rest, and also among ourselves within the region and the rest of the world to achieve the sustainable development agenda. Right now, my final thing is to wish all of you good health and continuing success in your good work for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jam. I'd now like to invite Ms. Yang Jiangmin, Deputy Director General, China Public-Private Partnerships Center, Ministry of Finance, China, to deliver her remarks online via Zoom.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. Good afternoon. I'm very honored to have this opportunity to with all of you here in the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise, and Business Innovation, held by ESCAP, and discuss with member states about PPP and the development of the infrastructure financing and public-private partnership network of Asia and Pacific. During these years, due to global economic downturn, high inflation, and the sharp increase in interest rate of developed economies, the traditional infrastructure development model relies on fiscal funds and sovereign debt is no longer sustainable. Innovative financing methods are urgently needed to encourage more private sectors to participate in infrastructure investment to promote the high quality and sustainable development of infrastructure. PPP can give full play to the financial advantage of the private sector to make up for the infrastructure financing gap and make use of the advanced technology and innovative management of private sector to accelerate the infrastructure construction and promote its whole life cycle operation, thus increasing the speed, efficiency, and quantity of public services. At present, PPP has attracted more attention and practice globally. PPP has been an important topic on the infrastructure agenda under the international platforms such as G20, BRICS, ASEAN Plus 3, and multilateral development banks, including the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the IIB, and New Development Bank, have also regarded PPP as an important business. In the past few years, ESCAP plays an important role in promoting the application of PPP in the Asia-Pacific region through the PPP network. Under the effective leadership and tireless efforts of ESCAP, the PPP network has made remarkable achievements. ESCAP held 8 PPP network meetings and 6 workshops in East Asia, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and West Asia, respectively. The activities included capacity training, experience exchanges, project financing, matchmaking, and project on-site visits. ESCAP also set up an online portal and a PPP project database for information sharing and project matchmaking. At present, the project database has included 84 projects submitted by 15 member states. we've seen the increase of member states of the PPP network from 21 to 53, attracting the participation of important international institutions and African member states, such as Ethiopia, Namibia, and Nigeria. Through the activities of the PPP network, some member states have made their own PPP strategies or plans, or updated their own PPP development and management processes, with more emphasis on PPP. It can be seen that the PPP network has effectively enhanced the ability of the member states in the Asia-Pacific region to apply PPP, deepened PPP exchanges either among member states or between the member states and major international institutions, and boosted the high-quality development of the infrastructure in Asia and Pacific region. We strongly suggest that ESCAP and member states work together to continue the operation of PPP network. Since 2018, China PPP Center, under the Ministry of Finance of China, has actively engaged in the development of the PPP network. We have provided technical assistance to ESCAP PPP team, co-chaired the PPP network meetings and thematic workshops, and recommended experts and institutions to contribute to these events. Among them, the first meeting and the third meeting of the PPP network were held in China. The two meetings, on the one hand, created the face-to-face exchange and peer learning opportunities for Chinese government departments, enterprises, member states of the PPP network, and international institutions. On the other hand, the representatives of member states visited China's PPP project so they can better understand the application of PPP in China in various sectors like highway, river improvement, waste treatment, and school construction, and to raise their valuable suggestions. In addition, we also offered technical support in setting up the PPP network online portal and the PPP project database. In the future, China PPP Center will continue to actively support the relevant work of ESCAP and the PPP network. In the recent years, the Ministry of Finance, under the guidance of China's new development philosophy, has focused on strengthening the construction of China's PPP system, information disclosure, project management, and promotion. PPP has played an active role in supporting green development, scientific and technological innovation, livelihoods of people, international cooperation, and other aspects, and accumulated practical experiences for promoting high-quality development. Regarding steps forward, we hope to further strengthen cooperation and exchange with other member states of the PPP network in terms of experience sharing, information exchange, project cooperation, and capacity building to promote the high quality and sustainable development of the economy, society, and environment in the Asia-Pacific region. In conclusion, I wish this meeting a complete success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yang Jiangmin. This concludes the introductory part of this agenda item. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now proceed to country statements for agenda item 3. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes to ensure we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of a longer statement, you may only deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the committee website. Delegations in the room may request to speak by raising their country nameplate and will be called upon to speak from their seat, while delegations online would need to click the raise hand function in Zoom. Is this clear to all delegations? If so, I now open the floor for country statements. The first speaker on my list is China. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生，各位代表，加速气候行动，促进可持续发展， 需要全社会多利益攸关方的参与。私营部门是实现可持续发展目标的重要力量。各国应加强政府和私营部门的合作，充分发挥私营部门的独特作用，打造更强有力的公私伙伴关系，推动国际社会加快落实2030年可持续发展议程。一是要坚持发展优先，重振世界经济，减贫、粮食安全、数字经济、基础设施建设等发展领域的重要性和紧迫性持续凸显。各国应提升公共部门的资金使用效率，同时撬动更多的私营部门投资，促进可持续发展筹资，着力解决发展不平衡、不充分的问题。应充分发挥跨国企业的重要作用，维护全球产业链、供应链的稳定畅通，推动世界经济重回复苏的轨道。二要加大科技创新，推动绿色发展。各国应制定创新政策，支持企业把握新一轮科技革命和产业变革的机遇，大力推动科技创新，深化交流合作。要积极推进环境友好型技术开发应用，加快数字化和绿色低碳转型，打造未来发展的新优势，促进绿色发展。三，要坚持价值导向，履行社会责任。各方应充分动员企业资源，积极投身全球发展事业。要坚决反对一切形式的单边主义和贸易保护主义，反对任何的非法制裁，推动建立公开、公平和非歧视的国际贸易体制，鼓励企业在开展商业活动的同时，积极承担社会责任，履行环境保护等义务，促进社区发展。各位代表，中国企业长期积极参与国际合作，在实现自身发展的同时，主动融入当地社会，履行社会责任，为当地实现可持续发展作出积极贡献。中方持续打造市场化、法治化、国际化的营商环境，推动高质量共建“一带一路”和全球发展倡议，通过多双边合作，打造更多高质量项目，为亚太工商界提供更多市场机遇、投资机遇和增长机遇。近年来，中方利用中国 ESCAP 合作基金、联合国和平与发展基金等，积极支持 ESCAP 开展多项政府和社会资本合作领域的务实项目，推动建立亚太基础设施融资和 PPP 联络网，为促进区域的可持续和绿色基础设施发展作出贡献。中方也愿继续深化同 ESCAP 各成员和秘书处的合作，期待亚太企业不断提升参与气候行动和落实2030年可持续发展议程的力度，共同努力为疫后复苏和绿色韧性可持续发展做出更大的贡献。谢谢主席先生。
Thank you, China. Next speaker on my list is Japan. Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan has emphasized the importance of public-private partnerships in pursuing the implementation of Agenda 2030. Collaboration of businesses can provide relevance and innovation and help cultivate a common sense of purpose, including corporate, social, and environmental responsibility toward facilitating sustainable development. From that standpoint, we highly value ESCAP's efforts to involve various international organizations, governments, and other partners, stakeholders in facilitating this sort of activity networks. Inputs from all these activities combined should provide valuable information for all relevant stakeholders to implement the 2030 agenda. We hope that future sessions at the committees and the commissions can have the opportunity to report on the fruits of such activities. We'd like to take stock of such reports and facilitate appropriate support to help the region lead in realizing this ambition. We firmly believe that any such support should be inclusive, transparent, and leverage work already conducted in various multilateral bodies. On the way forward in document 1/4, we observe mentioning of developing general criteria for identifying sustainable resilience criteria for projects, but caution that this sort of work has been done quite extensively already over many years at various multilateral bodies with such mandates, and recommend to leverage on work already committed. Under our Green Transformation Basic Policy, Japan pledged to orchestrate a public-private partnership program over the next decade amounting to 150 trillion yen to pursue our publicly stated objective to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and to strengthen our national strategy for growth in this area. Through the Asia Zero Emission Community and other multilateral initiatives, we hope to assist countries in this region to help realize their carbon neutrality goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Next next speaker on my list is Russian Federation. Russian Federation, please.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые коллеги, благодарим секретариат, сеть устойчивого бизнеса и сеть ГЧП за представленные доклады. Находим их полезными для понимания тенденций в регионе в условиях восстановления от пандемии. Мощным локомотивом на пути к устойчивому развитию считаем партнерство с частным сектором, с бизнесом. В России для налаживания такого регулярного диалога с бизнесом по тематике устойчивого развития действует специальная площадка «Экспертный совет по устойчивому развитию». В его состав уже входят представители 78 организаций из разных ключевых секторов экономики России, металлургии, энергетики, химической промышленности, телекоммуникаций, банковского сектора, розничной торговли и так далее. И этот инструмент уже доказал свою полезность в выработке оптимальных, учитывающих специфику нашей страны, нашей экономики, вариантов перевода российской экономики на рельсы устойчивого развития. Помимо общей повестки устойчивого развития, мы детально обсуждаем ее климатический аспект, развитие углеродных рынков, реализацию климатических проектов, а также продвижение низкоуглеродных технологий. На таких встречах с правительством бизнес имеет возможность обозначить ключевые вопросы и проблемы, которые, как им кажется, государству стоит обратить больше внимания. Площадка позволяет услышать мнение бизнеса и помогает нам донастроить правовую базу под потребности российских компаний. Считаем подобного рода механизмы диалога бизнеса и государства полезными для ускорения наших совместных действий на пути к устойчивости. Видим заинтересованность российских компаний, в том числе из числа членов экспертного совета, в участии в международных инициативах, проектах и мероприятиях в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе. Так, в прошлом году представители бизнес-структур российского бизнеса из разных секторов уже приняли участие в бизнес-форуме ESCAP. Это порядка 10 компаний. И в этом контексте мы с интересом смотрим на инициативу ESCAP по зеленому курсу для бизнеса. По линии экспертного совета мы продолжим привлекать российские компании для участия в мероприятиях сети устойчивого предпринимательства ESCAP и других подведомственных, так сказать, структур ESCAP. И на очередном бизнес-форуме ESCAP в ноябре мы бы хотели сфокусировать внимание на разработке и внедрении технологических решений для повышения энергоэффективности, снижения энергопотребления, а также реализации проектов с использованием низкоуглеродных технологий, в том числе водорода и технологий улавливания и хранения углерода. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Will any delegation take the floor? It's okay. Yes, sir. If there are no more country statements, I will now open the floor to international organizations. I recognize Eurasian Economic Commission. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. I am delighted to be here today at the committee. This meeting is very timely as we analyze the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on international trade and supply chains, learning lessons from the past and elaborating measures to ensure the resilience and sustainability of the entire trade system. This will not only help us address current issues, but also address system definitions that have occurred and accumulated over time. Allow me to provide some background information on our work. The primary task of Eurasian Economic Commission, which I represent here, is to ensure the effective functioning of the common market, regulation, promotion of economic cooperation among the member states, elimination of the trade barriers, and much more. We are keen to deepen economic cooperation with non-member states. In this framework, collaboration and partnership with Asia and Pacific offer enormous untapped and potential. We have signed the free trade agreement with Vietnam and Singapore, agreement with the economic cooperation with China, and maintaining negotiation with India and Indonesia. These agreements are the best evidence of our intention to deepen ties with partners in Asia and Pacific region. In addition, we regularly cooperate with other countries in the region, and I express our openness and commitment to expanding cooperation. We believe that the only path towards more resilient and sustainable trade is through firm partnership and not fragmentation. Trade liberalization has been shown to benefit everyone by stimulating competition and creating the favorable environment for innovation. It will also tell us to use the new digital technologies in the supply chain management, which will help to improve resilience and supply chain management. The Commission is also working on harmonizing legislation of the member states to create a level playing field for businesses and investors. This includes the development on common technical regulations, standards, and certification procedures, which include the regulation of agricultural machinery also. In the recent years, the use of agricultural machinery has greatly increased, leading to improving efficiency and productivity in the sector. However, there is a growing concern about the safety and environmental impact of these machineries. For this reason, the Commission have elaborated and technical regulation of the safety of agriculture and forestry machineries that has been adopted over 10 years ago. Our Director of Agricultural Policy Department today later will elaborate details on during the end-time policy dialogue. Let me, dear colleagues, take this opportunity to engage in constructive and productive discussions that will lead to positive committee meeting outcomes. I look forward to the discussions today, in the days ahead, and to the collective efforts of all participants towards building a resilient and sustainable system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker will be the delegate from ESCAP Sustainable Business Network. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear distinguished delegates, the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, represents businesses of the Asia-Pacific region committed to green transformation and development that is sustainable, creating infrastructure, technology, logistics, goods and services to improve people's lives and to create a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. Being the world's key economic driver, the Asia-Pacific region's immediate challenge is to build back better and faster from the COVID-19 pandemic. As we build back, we must quickly and decisively invest in smarter, greener solutions. That is what building back better and faster must mean. Now is the time to double down, not to neglect and procrastinate our commitments to achieve the goals agreed by world leaders in 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. We welcome the global consensus view that the world must move into emergency mode to seriously and fully address the urgent challenge of climate change, and we urge governments to create clear and predictable policy frameworks that foster green innovation and transformation to net zero carbon emissions. We are dedicated to working in partnership among businesses, governments, and communities to enable green transformation to a more sustainable and inclusive economy. We will continue to align our business strategies with environmental, social, and governance ESG principles. To build back better and faster, and to achieve the Sustainable Development Agenda, we need our own version of Green Deal for the Asia-Pacific region, with businesses working together and hand in hand with governments and communities to develop new business models that create new and sustainable employment and better outcomes for the environment and society. We are working to implement an Asia-Pacific Green Deal for business, and we are urging and mobilizing all Asia-Pacific businesses to support the Green Deal by taking specific actions without delays in the following areas. First, green energy, advancing a zero-carbon, affordable, and resilient energy system. Number two, green infrastructure and logistics, building smart, low-carbon, water-secure, and climate-resilient cities, buildings, and other infrastructure designed for walkability and low-carbon mobility. Three, green finance, mobilizing public and private investment for green transformation in energy, infrastructure, and logistics, and other sustainable innovation for the new economy. Fourth, green innovation, accelerating and scaling up new technologies and applications to improve efficiency, lower costs, and reduce environmental impact from the way we live, work, trade, and conduct business. Fifth, green production, consumption, and waste management, changing towards a more circular economy with new business and employment opportunities to minimize environmental impacts and dependencies. Six, green economy professionals, business training and monitoring professionals to start or transition to green economy jobs with hands-on skills required, given that the global harmonization of sustainability reporting standard is adding more pressure to the demand for experienced professionals in producing sustainability reports, as more stock exchanges, investors, and lenders are pushing for better and more transparent climate reports and ESG disclosure. We are implementing the Asia-Pacific Green Deal for business to demonstrate our conviction that business must take a leading role in the green transformation of our region for the good of the world. In the Asia-Pacific region, we are committed to balancing our development aspiration with our responsibility to protect the Earth. The Asia-Pacific Green Deal is all about harnessing transformational opportunities of a new green economy. It is more than building back better and faster. It is about building back stronger and smarter together. We urge businesses to join the ESBN in implementing this new Asia-Pacific Green Deal to build back better and faster from the COVID-19 pandemic and to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the proceedings for this afternoon. I would now call on the Secretary to make an announcement.
Yes, we had a comment from Japan, so I think we would like to just give a response.
I apologize. Sorry.
I think it's maybe not a question, but maybe a comment. So I thank you, Japan, for supporting see the importance of the PPP and the private sector participation. Regarding your questions about that we are developing a criteria for infrastructure projects, just to respond to your questions, this guideline that we are developing this year And we also welcome feedback. We can also send you a copy for comments. We're developing this together with the China PPP Center and ADB. So we're leveraging on existing resources on the screening infrastructure projects, and then also aim to have this guidebook as a guideline for capacity building for member states in the future. So basically, will be a compilation of existing standards and tailor it to our region. Yes, so that would be my response. And thank you very much for the country who makes statement, and thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Subhanic. And now I would now call on the Secretary to make an announcement, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all who've been here and made country statements. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as mandated by the Commission, the Secretariat provides delegations with the opportunity to assess the results and quality of the session through a feedback questionnaire. In this connection, we'd like to request each participant to complete a brief online survey through the link available on the committee webpage under the Overview tab. This link will also be shared on Zoom for the distinguished delegates' easy reference. You will see a signage at the entrance of this conference room providing the link to the survey and the QR code. Your feedback will help us improve the quality of our services and support to delegations. So we thank you for taking the time to complete the survey. Please do so before the end of this committee session. I have another announcement to make, which is that, as you would have seen, we have a variety of side events going on through this week. And there is one which we are doing in collaboration with the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization. It's a side event on international standards for trade. And there are refreshments outside the meeting room H. And delegates are welcome to join. And there's also a cocktail dinner offered at the end of the side event at 5:30. So please, all of you, if you have the time, please do go outside meeting room H. Enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. On this note, I adjourn this meeting. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 hours Bangkok time to continue with the proceedings. The chair for tomorrow's morning session will be His Excellency Mr. Noor Mahbubul Haq, Additional Secretary, Minister of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh. The meeting is now adjourned.